snow, sleet, freezing rain. Farther south, we're talking showers and thunderstorms. Houston right now seeing an area of storms. That winter weather will continue to move off towards the south, especially tonight into the day tomorrow. We're talking perhaps some freezing rain in our area starting this evening, but especially late tonight through tomorrow morning. Closer look at the winter radar picture. Here's what's left in terms of the rainfall. There's an area of heavy downpours moving across northeastern Medina County right now. Very light precipitation here in San Antonio and Bexar County. We're talking mostly mist, patches of drizzle, but that area of more heavy rain is getting closer to far northwestern Bexar County. Notice that the temperatures are hovering near freezing in Kerrville, 33, Bernie 34, Rock Springs now below freezing at 28. Radar showing some sleet, freezing rain in portions of the hill country. I don't see that reaching the ground in Kerrville, but in Gillespie County there have been reports of sleet. Over towards Comal County, there's an area of rain. Again, that is mostly light rainfall. Wider picture, there goes the storms moving east along I-10. Those are some loud and heavy storms heading towards Houston. Down across the east and southeast, we're also seeing generally light showers. All of the winter weather is still farther north into central and north Texas. There goes the front. In wake of it, temperatures dropping into the 20s and 30s. Many spots still above freezing. The freezing temperature 32 degrees. It's 39 in Hondo, 36 in New Braunfels, 39 in Pleasanton. Down towards the south, it's 47 in Cotulla. We do have gusty winds coming in out of the north, 28 miles an hour in town, 33 in New Braunfels, 28 in Hondo. And it's also quite windy in Eagle Pass with a wind gust of 25 miles an hour. You factor in the wind with the cold that's settling in, and this is how cold it feels like. Wind chill temperatures in the teens in Rock Springs. Feels like we're at 28 in San Antonio. These are the temperatures that you want to dress for if you're heading out. By the way, speaking of heading out, roads for the most part are in good shape, just wet, so you're still going to have to give yourself some extra time. However, things will likely change as we head through the afternoon and especially this evening into tonight. Future radar showing you areas in the hill country from midday until 3 o'clock this afternoon. May start to see patches of freezing rain, freezing drizzle, maybe a little sleet. Closer to 4-5 p.m. as temperatures get closer to freezing here in San Antonio. We'll have to watch for patches of freezing drizzle, especially on the far north side of town. By 7-8 o'clock this evening, we're going to get a stronger push of moisture. You combine that with the cold air that's just going to continue to filter south, and the risk for ice does increase. It looks like mostly along and north of Highway 90 into the night tonight, and perhaps including portions of the eastern zone. Farther south, we're talking mostly rain. By 7-8 o'clock tomorrow morning, perhaps rain changing over to sleet or freezing rain across the east. And then it does clear out as we get closer to midday and certainly tomorrow in the afternoon. There's a winter storm warning that continues for the hill country in effect from 6 o'clock this morning through midday tomorrow. From San Antonio to the eastern zone, this winter storm warning is from 6 o'clock this evening through tomorrow morning. And there is a winter weather advisory for the south. The winter storm warning means that ice is likely. Closer look at that winter storm warning again for the north and west through 12 p.m. Notice Medina, Uvalde, and Kinney counties now included in that. And for the eastern zone, counties farther to the south and east also included in that winter storm warning. I want to show you that the NAM model, this computer model, is giving you a general idea of how much ice we're talking. It's mostly still the hill country, but now into northern Bexar County where we could see between 1/10 of an inch to perhaps 1/4 of an inch of ice. Can't rule out, though, a glaze to a few hundredths of an inch, maybe as much as 1/10 of an inch a little farther to the east. Closer look here into northern Bexar County and the hill country. Now, conditions on the roads will start to deteriorate later on tonight into your Sunday morning. In the hill country, just caution this morning through midday. The rest of us on this Saturday, roads are just wet. As we get closer to the evening in the hill country, slick roads and portions of the hill country, I would say caution here in San Antonio by 5-6 o'clock in the evening. 9 o'clock tonight, slick roads likely in the hill country, and caution for Bexar County, the central zone, and now including the eastern zone and the western zone. Really want to hunker down later on tonight into tomorrow morning. I do have slick roads, the red light on for 7 a.m. tomorrow. And as we go through your Sunday, as it dries out, of course, road conditions will start to improve. However, anything that's wet may start to freeze over as we go into Sunday evening and Monday morning. Quick peek at your Saturday forecast. So this morning, we're talking mostly rain, windy, cold, with the wind feeling even colder, so you really want to bundle up. At noon and through the afternoon, 40% chance of precipitation, still in liquid form at noon. But as we get closer to the late afternoon and evening hours, we'll have to watch for a winter mix as temperatures start to drop to near freezing. We are going to continue to keep you guys updated on air and online. We'll be streaming on News 4 San Antonio's Facebook page and on news4sanantonio.com. Quick peek at that 7-day forecast. Weather alert days lining up through Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday dry, but notice temperatures very cold. We're back to the deep freeze. Teens for lows Monday morning, close to 20 degrees by Tuesday morning. That's your forecast. We'll be back with another update coming up in a little bit.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday, 6:52 on this early Saturday morning, and we are live to give you updates on our forecast because, my goodness, it is colder, it is windy, and there is still the risk for some winter weather in our area. That'll start to develop later today into tonight and especially early tomorrow morning. Here's a look at winter radar. Roads are mostly wet. We saw rain last night, still seeing a little rain coming across San Antonio and Bexar County right now. Also a bit of rain up in the hill country, including portions of the eastern zone. It is near freezing in Kerrville at 33, freezing in Boerne at 32, below freezing in Rock Springs. The rest of the area, although it is colder and temperatures are dropping, we're above the freezing mark, 38 right now in San Antonio. Let's take a closer look at radar here. North side of San Antonio, seeing this area of heavy rain, light to pockets of heavy rain. It looks like the heaviest is over far eastern Bandera County, now reaching far northwest Bexar County, and now reaching southern Kendall County as well. Want to point out that the radar picture showing signs of pink in portions of the hill country, but I don't see that reaching the ground. However, there have been reports of freezing drizzle and areas of sleet in Gillespie County, reports of at least a light glaze on trees in Fredericksburg. But for the most part, in our viewing area, it's mostly wet roads, and we're seeing again rain that's lifting to the north from northern Bexar County to eastern Bandera, southern Kendall County, and over towards Comal County, New Braunfels. That is a cold rain, 37 degrees right now. Closer to the coast, those are thunderstorms, heaviest storms moving towards Houston, and there goes the winter weather. It's ice across central Texas. That's a mix of snow, sleet, freezing rain. Farther north, that is all snow from the Panhandle to just north of Dallas and over towards Oklahoma. Temperatures 20s, 30s, and 40s. We had the cold front that came in after midnight, and temperatures have just slowly been dropping. If you're heading out this morning, bundle up. It actually feels even colder with the wind. We do have gusty winds, 20, 25, near 30 miles an hour, and it's going to stay this windy throughout the day. This is how cold it feels like when you factor in the wind. These are the temperatures you want to dress for. It feels like it's below freezing in town at 30, feels like it's 26 in New Braunfels, 17 in Rock Springs. Taking you through the day, mostly just a cold rain on and off through the first part of the day. But as we get closer to the later afternoon hours and this evening, we'll have to watch for that freezing precipitation. In the hill country, we're talking cities like Rock Springs, Kerrville, Boerne, New Braunfels. Watch for perhaps a little freezing drizzle as early as noontime until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then that risk for any freezing precipitation does drift a little farther to the south and east later today, tonight, into tomorrow morning. And then it looks like this is going to clear out later on your Sunday. Mostly just rain for our southern areas, but we're just going to keep a close eye on those falling temperatures. We'll see the winter storm warning from 3 p.m. to 12 p.m. tomorrow, so 3 o'clock this afternoon through noon tomorrow. It's already in effect in the hill country, and then farther south, that winter storm warning is from midnight tonight through noon tomorrow. This means that ice is likely. So you want to make sure that you are weather aware. Stay with us. We are going to continue to keep you guys updated. This computer model giving you an idea of how much ice we're talking. And again, this is mostly northern Bexar County and the hill country where we could see some icy conditions with slick roads and perhaps ice buildup on power lines that could cause power outages. I would say want to start to hunker down after 5, 6 o'clock this evening through tomorrow morning. I'm going to send it back to the Today Show. I'll keep you guys updated through the rest of the morning. But if you do want to head to our Facebook page or news4sanantonio.com, I'm going to continue to live stream on there. Stay cool, stay safe, and we'll continue to keep you updated, or stay warm, I should say. Okay, I think you're okay. I believe we are still on Facebook. Hello, San Antonio and outlying areas. Meteorologist Jeanette Kaye here. I just did a live hit on News 4 during the NBC Today show. I believe we are still streaming live on Facebook, so if you're just joining us, I'm going to start this again so I can keep you guys updated. First off, this is what it looks like across the state of Texas. There is winter weather, plenty of it, that's falling across the northern and central, including northeastern part of the state. In the blue area, where you see the blue falling, that is all snow. Once you get into the purple and pink, that is ice. The purple indicating a winter mix of snow, sleet, freezing rain. The pink is it's just all ice, freezing rain, freezing drizzle, perhaps a little sleet in the mix. And then the green, of course, that's rain. The red is highlighting heavy rain where thunderstorms are moving through. So in Amarillo, that is snow. Dallas seeing a winter mix, I believe, of snow, sleet, freezing rain. Houston, thunderstorms. And here in San Antonio, what we're seeing is rain, mostly just showers, and that's because temperatures are above freezing. I'm going to take this back a little more so we can see the winter picture, the winter radar picture, I should say. Kerr County, Kendall County areas there, even back towards Real County and Edwards County at or below freezing. The freezing mark is 32 degrees and the winter radar is showing some pink from far northwest Bexar County to southern Kendall County, including just north of Bernie. I do not believe that that is reaching the ground. However, there have been reports of freezing drizzle and even sleet since earlier this morning in Gillespie County. Fredericksburg reports there of trees now icing over. There's a light glaze on some trees there in Fredericksburg. But closer to us, the roads are just wet. Here is this second wave, or I should say this next wave of rain that's moving off towards the north. Rain coming down from the north side of San Antonio to southern Kendall County and over towards Comal County. Farther to the south and east, that is very light precipitation. The heavy stuff is drifting farther eastward towards the coast and over towards Houston. Again, wider picture across the state. The cold front, by the way, that Arctic cold front did move through after midnight. It is now south of San Antonio, and the temperatures are just going to continue to drop as we go through the day. These are the actual air temperatures. But when you factor in the gusty winds, it feels even colder. Wind gusts right now between about 20 to near 30 miles an hour, and it's going to stay this windy throughout the day. This is how cold it feels like. Wind chill temperatures, feels like temperatures. 17 in Rock Springs, 30 in town, 22 in Bernie. We'll see actual temperatures dropping into the 20s and teens tonight, tomorrow morning, but it'll feel like the single digits in some spots. Future radar. Cloud cover sticks around through the day. Mostly a cold rain through at least 3 o'clock this afternoon, and that's from Del Rio to Uvalde, San Antonio, Gonzales, and points south. However, between noon and 3 p.m., we'll have to really watch the hill country for any freezing precipitation. By 4 or 5 o'clock, there is the risk for some freezing drizzle, freezing rain getting closer to San Antonio and Highway 90. You can see this wave of moisture as we head into the evening tonight, including tomorrow morning. By about 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we should see the bulk of this precipitation off towards the east, and then it's going to gradually clear out. We'll have cloud cover till noon tomorrow, and then we may end up seeing some sun tomorrow afternoon, and that should help get us above freezing. Winter storm warning. This is a busy map. I want to point out that this warning is already in effect for the hill country. Runs through midday tomorrow for areas along Highway 90, Del Rio, Uvalde, Medina County, San Antonio, including areas farther east, Seguin, Gonzales. This winter storm warning runs from 3 o'clock this afternoon until noon Sunday. And then we'll see that winter storm warning going into effect at midnight for areas farther to the southeast. That includes Karnes County, Goliad County. The winter storm warning means that ice is likely, so you want to prepare for icy conditions. Winter weather advisory farther to the south. In the warned areas, especially across the north, about 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of ice. Lighter amounts farther to the south and east. Still could cause some slick travel. This will likely create power outages as well. So here you go, weekend weather alert. Dex sidewalks, elevated surfaces, icy tonight through tomorrow morning. Roads will become slick as well. There could be a quarter of an inch of ice buildup on trees, power lines that could create power outages. Wind chill temperatures closer to San Antonio tomorrow morning, 6 to 10 degrees. Farther south, upper teens to low 20s, even colder in the hill country. And as I mentioned earlier, the Sunday throughout the day, the sunshine returns and roads do improve. Saturday forecast, so cloudy skies, windy conditions, gusts 25 to 30 miles an hour, mostly just a cold rain on and off from this morning through the early afternoon, and then late this afternoon going into tonight, we'll have to watch for that winter mix being freezing drizzle, freezing rain, perhaps some sleet. Temperatures will get close to freezing as we get through the afternoon hours, perhaps as early as 4 or 5 p.m. The freezing temperature is 32 degrees. Quick peek at your 7-day forecast. Actual low temperature in the 20s tomorrow morning, but as I mentioned, wind chill temperatures will be a lot lower. And I do have weather alert days for Monday and Tuesday. Although it's going to be drying out, it's still going to be bitter cold in the mornings. 18 Monday morning, 20 Tuesday morning. We'll see another front, possibly Arctic front, coming in next weekend. But that's your forecast for now. I'll be live through the morning. Thank you for joining us.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good Saturday morning, keeping a close eye on the winter radar. Notice temperatures are continuing to drop. We have that Arctic cold front that moved through San Antonio after midnight, and behind it, we're getting that cold air settling in. The wind is also picking up, so that's making it feel even colder. Roads are mostly wet across our area. We had rain late yesterday through the overnight, and we're still seeing showers coming up from the south on this Saturday morning. Closer look at the rain here in San Antonio and Bexar County. This is where the bulk of the rain is falling in our viewing area, north side of town towards Comal County, including southern Kendall County. Now this is showing some pink, indicating sleet, perhaps freezing rain, but as this moisture starts to head into colder air in Kendall County, that's why radar is showing pink there, but I do not suspect that that's causing any issues along I-10 or just south of Boerne, but that will be changing as we go through the day. New Braunfels, mostly just cold rain with a current temperature in the upper 30s. Storms closer to the coast and over towards Houston. Certainly lots of winter weather across northeastern and north Texas. That's snow, and that is a icy mix south of Dallas and well north of Houston. Temperatures 33 in Kerrville, same for Boerne. That's 1 degree above the freezing mark. 37 in New Braunfels. We're at 37 in San Antonio. Earlier we were at 38 degrees. Down across the south, temperatures in the 40s and falling. Gusty winds 20 to near 30 miles an hour, 24 at the airport, 28 miles an hour in Gonzales and in Hondo. With the cold air and the windy conditions, we have the wind chill temperatures that are a lot lower. This is how cold it feels like, and these are the temperatures that you want to dress for if you're heading out this morning. Feels like it's 14 in Rock Springs, 21 in Boerne, 26 in New Braunfels. Taking you through the day, it stays cloudy, cold, windy, and a bit wet as well. We'll see any precipitation through the afternoon that falls in liquid form. We're talking very light drizzle, light rain. However, midday through about 3 p.m., we'll have to watch for any freezing precipitation in portions of the hill country, freezing drizzle, sleet, maybe a bit of freezing rain. But it looks like that larger wave of moisture comes in this evening and continues through tonight, including tomorrow morning. This is when the chance for ice a little farther to the south and east increases. We're talking mostly freezing rain, and there could actually be a snowflake or two that develops overnight through tomorrow morning in portions of the Edwards Plateau region. By 9 a.m. Sunday, this all moves off towards the east. We're going to end up seeing some sun tomorrow afternoon, and we get up above freezing for a bit. Saturday forecast, here you go. So a cold rain on and off through the morning, and then late in the day, I would say between 3 and 4, 5 p.m. or after that time, we'll have to watch for the potential of any freezing rain, freezing drizzle. Temperatures will start to get close to freezing, which is 32 between 4 and 5 o'clock this evening. We'll continue to keep you guys updated through the morning on air and online. Okay, I believe we are now online on Facebook. Happy Saturday, everyone. Let's go back here. We are streaming online. 7:16 Saturday morning. Meteorologist Jeanette Kaye here with a look at our weather. If you are about to head out, roads are just wet. It is cold and it is windy. We had that cold front already move through San Antonio and of course points north late last night, and we're still seeing that front pushing a little farther to the south. Temperatures have dropped into the 20s and 30s over a large part of our viewing area. 40s down across the south, but those numbers will continue to drop in the next hour or so. It is near freezing from Boerne to Kerrville, below freezing in Rock Springs. We're above freezing across the rest of the area. There is another wave or a bit of rain that's moving north from Bexar County to Comal County. This is falling in liquid form. We're talking just showers, no concern for ice, at least not just yet. But as we go through the day, of course, the risk for ice does increase. Northeastern, North Texas, that's where all the winter weather is falling. That is snow from the Panhandle to just north of Dallas. And then from Dallas down towards Waco, that's ice, snow, sleet, freezing rain, thunderstorms moving east across Houston. Temperatures, here you go across the rest of the area, as I mentioned, mostly 30s. Seeing wind gusts 20 to near 30 miles an hour, and that's making it feel colder. It's going to stay this windy throughout the day. Gusts 25 to 30 plus miles an hour. This is how cold it feels like. It feels like it's 14 in Rock Springs. Feels like it's 29 in town. It's in the 40s across the south, but with the gusty winds, it does feel like it's in the 30s. Future radar showing you the chance for rain continuing. I would say mostly just patchy light showers. However, we'll have to watch the hill country as we get closer to midday. There is the chance for some patchy freezing drizzle, freezing rain, perhaps even a little bit of sleet. There will be a larger wave of moisture that develops this evening and continues tonight into tomorrow morning. And with that cold Arctic air continuing to settle into our viewing area, on top of this moisture, this is when the risk for ice increases. This will be closer to San Antonio and points east. After 4 or 5 o'clock this evening is when we really have to keep a close eye on those falling temperatures and that increasing precipitation. I've been saying this since last week. If you don't have to go anywhere, I would say hunker down starting at 5, 6 o'clock this evening and stay indoors until about 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow in the morning. The bulk of the precipitation by 7 tomorrow morning will be off towards the east, and then tomorrow afternoon we'll see some sun, and that'll help get us above freezing. Should get to the upper 30s tomorrow afternoon. Here's your Saturday forecast as I see it. So on and off, just cold showers this morning through the early afternoon, and then late this afternoon through tonight. That winter mix of freezing rain, maybe sleet. Temperatures will get close to freezing by 4, 5 p.m. Road conditions in the hill country, just watch for, I do have a caution in the hill country from this morning through midday, and then notice that by this afternoon into the evening, I do have slick roads in the hill country. In Bexar County, caution 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern zone, western zone, later deeper into the evening, a caution there. Late tonight through tomorrow morning, at least 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, slick roads likely all across our viewing area. Noon tomorrow, caution, and then road conditions will just improve throughout your Sunday. However, anything that's wet Sunday night into Monday morning will refreeze because we're back into the deep freeze with temperatures dropping into the teens and 20s Sunday night into Monday morning. Make sure you have that 4-zone weather app so you can keep an eye on radar. Any warning that's for your area, you'll get that notification on your phone. Make sure that you do have those phones and such charged up. We're going to keep you guys updated through the morning, through the day, through the night, including your Sunday. That's it for now. We'll bring you another update coming up in just a little bit.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good morning, 7:43 on this Saturday morning. It's cold, it's windy, it's a bit wet too. Take a look at these temperatures. It continues to get even colder. Temperatures are dropping. It is 32 now in Kerrville and in Bernie, 27 in Rock Springs. We're holding steady in the upper 30s between Hondo, San Antonio, New Braunfels, and Points East. Down across the south, we're seeing 40s. Winter radar showing you where the precipitation is falling, and it's all just liquid rain. We saw rain last night, early this morning, and still seeing an area of rain that's now coming across Medina County, Comal County, far northern Bexar County. Also seeing some light showers developing a little farther to the south and west between Uvalde, Brackettville, and down towards Carrizo Springs. The closer you are to the coast and over towards Houston, those are thunderstorms. A closer look at radar here. Again, north side of San Antonio up towards Comal County, Kendall County, back towards Medina County. Scattered showers, bit of heavier rain between Kendall County and Comal County. Yes, it is freezing in Bernie. However, no ice reported there just yet. In Gillespie County, though, since a couple of hours ago, there have been reports of at least a light glaze on trees in Fredericksburg. There is winter weather, plenty of it falling across northeastern Texas, back across the Panhandle. That's snow from Amarillo to just north of Dallas, but from Dallas to the south, that's a winter mix. So those are the storms that are moving away from Houston. Temperatures across the area, this is the freezing line. Behind that line, temperatures are near freezing. Out ahead of it, still well above freezing. And this line will continue to drop south and east as we go through the day. And the concern is once that freezing air moves farther south and we get more moisture, that's when we could see some ice. And that risk for ice does increase this evening through tonight, including early tomorrow morning. Gusty winds 20 to close to 30 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour now in Gonzales, 24 in San Antonio, 28 in Hondo, 25 in Del Rio. With the cold and the wind, it feels even colder. Yeah, the gusty winds making it feel that much colder. And these are the temperatures that you want to dress for if you're heading out. By the way, speaking of heading out, roads are mostly wet right now. However, later this morning, we'll have to watch for maybe some icy spots in the hill country as we get a larger wave of moisture coming in this evening after 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. Plus, we have that colder air settling south. We'll have to watch for icy conditions. 8, 9 o'clock in the evening, mainly along and north of Highway 90, and the risk does shift a little farther to the south and east late tonight into tomorrow in the morning. Conditions on roads will improve tomorrow afternoon as we see some sun and temperatures rise above freezing. Looks like we're going to hold steady in the 30s for the rest of the day, getting near freezing as early as 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's going to be pretty windy throughout the day as well. Gusts 25 to 30 plus miles an hour. Winter mix as early as 4 or 5 p.m., freezing drizzle, maybe some sleet. The ice buildup will be a concern mainly in the hill country heading into the afternoon and evening, and then closer to San Antonio and the eastern zone tonight through tomorrow morning. Ice impacts and roads, well, in the hill country, a caution for the first part of the day, and then as we get into the evening and overnight hours, slick roads expected. Bexar County Central Zone caution after 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock this afternoon and evening through about 9 o'clock tonight. And then I do have the caution light on for the eastern zone and the western zone closer to 9 o'clock tonight. Overnight through tomorrow morning, I suggest just staying home, hunkering down, because this is when the risk for ice is really high. And as I mentioned earlier, conditions on roads will start to improve as we go through your Sunday. Once we get that drier air, roads dry out. We're back into a deep freeze though Sunday night, Monday morning. So anything that's wet will refreeze. And we're still looking at freezing temperatures Monday night into Tuesday morning. That's a look at your forecast. We'll keep you guys updated on air and online. If you're heading out, just watch for those wet roads and bundle up. It is very cold out there and temperatures will continue to drop through the day. Good Saturday morning, 7:47 now. Hello, Facebook. Meteorologist Jeanette Kaye here. Just did a live hit during the NBC Today show. If you're just joining us, we are here to keep you guys updated on the weather because we are tracking an Arctic blast and the risk for ice across our area. I'm going to step off screen here. I'm going to load one more map. There is a winter storm warning already in effect for the hill country, and we'll see a winter storm warning for the rest of the area later today going into tonight. Let's start with the winter radar picture. This is showing you where the precipitation is falling, and it's mostly just cold rain. Temperatures have yet to drop below freezing for a large part of the area. However, it's already below freezing from Boerne to Kerrville back towards Rock Springs. The freezing line is from Austin to Boerne and well north of Highway 90, right about there. And I'm going to show you a better picture of where that freezing line is coming up. But check out the precipitation, very light showers developing from Kinney County towards Uvalde County. I would say drizzle mist down across Maverick County, Dimmitt County, Zavala County. Seeing showers there over eastern Medina County. Also seeing a bit of rain still over far northern Bexar County, lifting north into Kendall County and Comal County. Roads are wet. We saw rain last night and still seeing a bit of rain this morning. The radar picture is showing you where the winter weather is really coming down. Snow, sleet, freezing rain, a winter mix from Dallas just to the south of Dallas as well towards Waco. And that is just all plain snow that is piling up in the panhandle. Notice that this system, this moisture is slowly drifting a little farther to the east. Those are storms that are now moving away from Houston. Big upper level disturbance is approaching from the west. That's increasing the moisture, bringing in a lot of Pacific moisture. So you have that moisture on top of this cold air. And that's why we're looking at the concern for some ice later in the day. There goes the freezing line. That means that in areas behind the freezing line, temperatures are at or below freezing. And that line will continue to move to the south and east as we go through the day. Gusty winds, 28 miles an hour in Hondo, 24 in San Antonio. The cold front blew through San Antonio after midnight, and it is continuing to head off towards the south. Behind it, temperatures are dropping and the wind is picking up. Wind chill temperatures, this is how much colder it feels like with the gusty winds. It feels like it's in the teens in Rock Springs, low 20s from Kerrville to Boerne, mid 20s in New Braunfels, upper 20s here, and it feels like it's in the 30s across the south. It'll stay cloudy, cold, and windy through the day, mostly just light showers on and off through the early afternoon. And then late this afternoon from San Antonio to the south and east and going into the evening as well, we'll just have to watch for some patchy ice. In the hill country, there is the concern for maybe some patchy freezing rain, sleet, as early as 10, 11 a.m. and continuing through the day. You really want to make sure that you have that 4-zone weather app so you can keep an eye on radar. Notice that that area of pink does head farther to the south and east late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Conditions will improve from west to east throughout your Sunday. We'll see some sun tomorrow in the afternoon. Temperatures should get above freezing late on Sunday. Winter storm warning, areas in pink under winter storm warning. That means ice is likely. And now in the hill country, that warning is already in effect closer to Highway 90, Uvalde, San Antonio over towards Seguin, and including Gonzales. This winter storm warning goes into effect at 3 o'clock this afternoon, runs until noon tomorrow, and farther to the southeast, Goliad County, Karnes County, that winter storm warning in effect at midnight through midday tomorrow. That's a winter weather advisory. Areas farther to the south and west. Just a heads up, there could be some winter weather there. Ice storm warning north of Houston and just to the south and east of Dallas. Here's your Saturday forecast. Again, cloudy, cold, windy gusts, 25 to 30 miles an hour. Best chance for the rain this morning through midday, and then late in the day going into tonight, we'll have to watch for ice. 32 degrees is the freezing temperature, and we're going to get close to that heading into the afternoon, certainly dropping below freezing this evening through tonight. Let's take a look at road conditions, what you can expect if you're heading out. Again, roads mostly wet across our viewing area this morning, and that should be the case throughout the afternoon. However, from Bexar County to the central zone, starting at 5 o'clock this evening, you'll want to watch out for perhaps some slick spots, especially on the far north side of town. Hill country, caution from this morning through midday, and then slick roads likely this evening going into tonight. Eastern zone, western zone, I do have the caution sign up for later this evening, and everyone. Slick roads likely tomorrow in the morning. That's before 9 a.m. By midday, Sunday, caution, and by 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. tomorrow, conditions on the roads should be improving. Any wet surface will likely refreeze Sunday night, Monday morning, because it gets very cold yet again. Weather alert days through Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday, not expecting any precipitation. However, it is going to be very cold at night and in the early mornings. That is your forecast. If you're heading out, just stay safe, stay warm.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good morning, 8:14 on this Saturday morning. Here is a live look outside. Our Raul B. Rodriguez low weather camera showing you it is 37 degrees and cloudy as temperatures are continuing to drop. That cold front punched through San Antonio after midnight, and behind it temperatures are falling and the wind is increasing. When you factor in the wind, it feels colder. It feels like it is 28 degrees. Now, we saw rain last night, saw rain early this morning, and there is still a little bit of shower activity that's coming up from the south. Temperatures for the most part still above freezing. It's in the mid to upper 30s from Del Rio to Hondo, San Antonio, New Braunfels, including Seguin and Gonzales. But notice that it is below freezing across the hill country. We're seeing 27 degrees in Rock Springs, 31 in Kerrville. Notice the moisture that is drifting into that colder air mass. Radar starting to see that switching over to a bit of ice. However, don't see that reaching the ground in northern Uvalde County. And reports, though, of some ice in Gillespie County. Trees covered in a light glaze in the city of Fredericksburg there. Also reports of ice just north and west of Austin. The bulk of the winter weather is still farther north and to the northeast. Snow in the Panhandle, winter mix around the Dallas area, and those storms are now moving away from Houston. There's the freezing line. Behind that line, temperatures are below freezing, and that line will move farther south, so it's going to get even colder as we go through the day. We'll have to watch here in San Antonio. That temperature may get close to freezing as early as 4 p.m. And if we get any moisture on top of that freezing cold air, then the risk for ice does increase. But I would say the greatest risk for ice closer to San Antonio will be heading into the evening and tonight. Winds gusting over 20 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour in town, 26 in Hondo, 31 in New Braunfels. It'll stay windy through the day with gusts 25 to 30 miles an hour. That'll make it feel much, much colder. And these are the temperatures that you want to get ready for if you are heading out. It feels like it's 16 in Rock Springs, 22 in Bernie, 24 in New Braunfels, and it feels like it's 28 here. Feels like it's in the 30s across to the south. So dress in layers, and roads are wet. Be careful. Do want to mention that Kerrville saw some flooding downpours last night, caused some obviously flooding there. So just watch for areas of high water in portions of Kerr County. Mostly just a steady light cold rain through the morning, but watch for maybe some patchy freezing drizzle or sleet in the hill country through the rest of the morning and heading into the afternoon, especially this evening through tonight. Notice the pink does fill in this evening through the overnight hours and through very early Sunday morning. Conditions will improve later on your Sunday. I'll leave you with your Saturday forecast. Make sure that you're safe out there on those wet roads and stay warm too. No.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Another weather update, 8:44 on this Saturday morning. Here's a live look outside. 37 in San Antonio right now. Feels almost 10 degrees colder with that north wind, sustained at 14 miles an hour, but we're getting occasional gusts up over 20 miles an hour. Roads are mostly just wet. We saw rain last night, saw rain earlier, and there is still a little bit of rain coming down. It's mist, patchy drizzle, nothing too heavy, but certainly making for wet roads. Temperatures are dropping. Many spots in our viewing area in the 30s, but above freezing, except for the hill country, down across the south, upper 30s to low 40s. There is rain that's moving in from the south and southwest, very scattered light showers. You can see some there moving from Maverick County to Zavala County, also a bit of rain. Southern Uvalde County into Medina County, Hondo starting to see some light rain. And we're also seeing showers that are developing in Atascosa County. Up across the hill country, this is where temperatures are at or below freezing. That's below freezing in Kerrville now and in Rock Springs. As this moisture enters that colder air mass, we'll have to watch for maybe some ice. And notice areas of pink showing up around southern Edwards County into western Bandera County. Of course, the ice, the snow, that's continuing to accumulate farther north across North Texas and Northeast Texas. Dallas still seeing a wintry mix. South of Dallas and over towards Tyler, that's an icy mix. Back across the Panhandle, that is all snow. The moisture will continue to work its way in across our area, especially this afternoon through tonight. And the temperatures will drop. Once that cold air mixes in with that moisture, then the risk for ice increases. This is the freezing line. Behind that line, temperatures are below freezing. Out ahead of it, still above freezing. We'll have to watch temperatures getting close to freezing here in San Antonio as early as 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. Gusty winds, occasional gusts, 25 miles an hour at the airport here, 31 in New Braunfels, 26 in Hondo, and it's starting to get pretty windy across our southern counties as well. The front has already cleared the area, hence why temperatures are falling. This is how much colder it feels like with the gusty winds. It feels like it's in the upper teens in Kerrville, 16 in Rock Springs, feels like it's 28 here, 24 in New Braunfels. Make sure that you're bundled up if you're heading out. Roads, well, they're mostly wet, still no concern for ice. However, later this morning through midday, we'll have to watch for patches of ice in the hill country. And then as we get that larger wave of moisture this evening through tonight, it looks like this is when that risk for ice does increase for everyone, especially along and north of Highway 90 and over towards the eastern zone. Slick travel likely tonight through tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, it'll gradually clear out some and we'll end up seeing some sunshine. Here's your Saturday forecast. We'll see the chance for that winter mix increasing tonight. Have a great rest of your Saturday. Stay warm.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Meteorologist Jeanette Calle here, 9 o'clock on this Saturday morning. Here's a live look outside. Raul B. Rodriguez, Law Weather Camera. It is cold, it is windy, and keep in mind that roads are still wet in some spots. We had rain last night and still seeing some on and off light rain this morning. 37 degrees, that's the current temperature at the airport, but it is a lot colder farther north. In fact, in the hill country, temperatures at or slightly below freezing. It feels a lot colder with the wind. It feels like it's 28. We have a north wind sustained at 16 miles an hour, but occasional gusts are getting up over 20 miles an hour. And when that gust of wind hits you, boy, it feels very, very cold. Winter radar picture showing you just mostly light showers developing across the south, moving off towards the north. More showers starting to show up in Atascosa County, also showers across southern and eastern Bexar County. Light rain there in Wilson County, and very light precipitation, mist, drizzle back across the west, Hondo, Uvalde, even down towards near Eagle Pass. In the hill country, as that moisture enters that colder air, we'll have to watch for patchy ice. Radar there showing some pink, indicating some patchy freezing drizzle. There have been reports of ice buildup just north of our viewing area, north of Kerr County, around Gillespie County. There have been reports of ice accumulations. Fredericksburg, been seeing pictures of ice building up on trees, and even that ice has snapped some tree limbs there. The heaviest rainfall is east of Waco, well north of Houston, and that's well south of Dallas. You can see that area of rain moving closer to I-45. Also seeing some heavier showers near the coast, but all of the winter weather, the ice, the snow, that's across northeast Texas back into the Panhandle. Heavy snow from Lubbock to Amarillo, Dallas, snow, sleet, maybe even some freezing rain there in the mix. Temperatures, this line, that is the freezing line. Behind that, temperatures are below the freezing mark, and that freezing line will continue to move south as we go through the day. Plus, we're going to see an increase in moisture moving in from the west. Once that moisture taps into that colder air mass that will continue to settle in, the risk for ice does appear, and we are looking at icy conditions for tonight through tomorrow morning. Wind gusts, we'll take a look at future radar coming up, but gusty winds, here you go, near 30 miles an hour in New Braunfels, 26 at the airport, close to 30 in Eagle Pass. And it'll stay pretty windy through the remainder of the day with occasional gusts 25 to 30 plus miles an hour. The wind is making it feel this cold. It feels like it's in the teens in Rock Springs and Kerrville. Feels like it's 28 in San Antonio. Now let's take a look at future radar. So the cloud cover lingers all day. We'll see isolated to widely scattered, mostly light showers through the early afternoon. However, in the western hill country, northern Valverde County, Rock Springs, Lakey, Camp Wood, Kerrville, Bandera, including Bernie, late morning through the early afternoon, we'll have to watch for signs of patchy freezing rain, maybe sleet. And as we go into the evening, I want to show you how that larger wave of moisture starts to move in. Plus, we have that much colder air that continues to move off towards the south. This is why I mentioned that the risk for ice does increase deeper into the evening and through the overnight hours. 4 a.m. still looking at a good chunk of the area, Hondo, San Antonio, the hill country, and now farther to the south and east, getting in on some of that freezing rain or freezing drizzle. By 7-8 tomorrow morning, that precipitation moves away. We'll see some clearing tomorrow afternoon, and then temperatures get above freezing. Wind chill temperatures will be dangerously low tonight through Sunday morning. Could see single-digit wind chills in the hill country, maybe even lower, and teens for the rest of the area. That's how cold it'll feel like. Saturday forecast, again, cloudy, cold, windy, on and off light showers through the rest of the morning. More isolated activity as we get closer to noontime. This afternoon, precipitation chance at 40%. That does increase, though, to about 70-80%. Temperatures will likely drop closer to 34, 35 at noon, and then lower 30s as early as 3-4 o'clock this afternoon. The freezing temperature is 32 degrees. The chance for precipitation tonight, as I mentioned, closer to 70, maybe even 80%. Let's go back here. If you're just tuning in, we are giving you a weather update. The Arctic cold front has moved south of the area. Winds are increasing behind it, seeing gusty winds at 28 miles an hour in Eagle Pass. And speaking of these gusty winds, Fred, could we please go to TransGuide so we can show that incident that's showing up on I-35, I believe I-35 and New Braunfels Avenue. There you go. I hear that perhaps there was a truck that was exiting the ramp there and perhaps hit the pole, and you can see the sign is on the verge of falling. So crews are on the scene. They have shut down this part of I-35. Again, I-35 at New Braunfels. The camera is shaken because of the wind gusts there. We've been getting these wind gusts closer to 30 miles an hour so far this morning, and high-profile vehicles really have to be careful with the gusty winds because it takes gusts over 30 miles an hour to start to cause some issues. So that's I-35 at New Braunfels Avenue. The crews are there working to repair that sign. Maybe a truck hit a pole as they were exiting. All right, now let's go to the map so we can talk more of weather. By the way, I do want to point out that we are just standing by because city leaders are going to be holding a press conference at the Emergency Operations Center downtown. They're going to be sharing information about the city's response and preparation efforts for this winter blast. So as soon as we see them getting ready for the presser, we'll go to it. But right now, if you're just tuning in, here's a look at the winter radar picture. In Kerr County, there were some heavy thunderstorms right before the front moved in, and that did create some flooding. Fred, by any chance, do we have that video from meteorologist Joe DiCarlo? He sent that in last night. Could we go to it? Okay, Fred, if we can show that, I'm going to move out of the way. To show you this video. So there were some storms just before the arrival of the fronts. Showers and thunderstorms produced some very heavy rain and did cause some flooding there in Kerrville. So you just have to watch for areas where there still may be some high water in portions of Kerr County. And we are actually going to be seeing Joe in Kerrville later today. He's going to be live there, letting us know what conditions are like there throughout this afternoon and certainly into tonight as temperatures continue to drop and we see the chance for ice increasing. Another look at winter radar. Again, it is cold. We're seeing mostly light rain. Roads are mostly just wet. And just know that the threat for ice does increase going into the evening for 5 o'clock this evening. Well, we are going to stop it right here. I believe we're going to keep going. Okay, so you know what? We are going to stick around. Actually, we're going to keep with this up until we go to that presser. So if you're just joining us, here's another live look outside. It's cloudy, cold, windy, mostly just wet roads. I'm going to keep emphasizing that because I know we've been talking about the concern for icy conditions on roads. That is not the concern, at least not just yet. 37 degrees, feels like it's 28. North wind sustained at 16 miles an hour. The winter radar picture, well, of course, there's some pink showing up across the western hill country. Very patchy roads there, streets. Still haven't been below freezing long enough to see that stick. However, just north of Kerr County, in Gillespie County, there have been reports of freezing light rain, freezing drizzle, another batch of that heading that way momentarily. It's all liquid rain, liquid precipitation farther to the south. We're seeing rain around Maverick County over towards Dimmitt County. There's a big upper level disturbance to our west, and as that continues to close in on Texas, it's going to just pump in all of that Pacific moisture. There is lots of winter weather farther to the northeast and back across the Panhandle. There goes an increase in moisture. You can see that over northern Mexico, southern New Mexico, far west Texas. That'll continue to move into the rest of the area as we go through the day. And temperatures, as I mentioned, are continuing to drop. Still above freezing, but that freezing line will move south through the day, and just get ready for the even colder air to settle in as we go into the evening. Well, that's your latest weather update. So I'll bring you another weather update coming up in just a few short minutes. Stay warm out there and be careful on those wet roads.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good morning, 9:17 on this Saturday morning. Here's another weather update. It is cloudy, cold, and windy, and we're still seeing some patchy light rain across the area. Roads are mostly wet, but I do want to mention that we're now getting reports of ice on some vehicles in portions of Kerr County. We'll take a closer look at the weather here. First, city leaders are holding a press conference right now at the Emergency Operations Center downtown. Let's listen in as they get ready to share more information about the city's response and preparation ahead of this weekend's weather.
As you can see, we have activated the Emergency Operations Center. We understand there is extreme cold weather, and so we've taken every precaution to ensure that we are ready. So we have taken steps already when it comes to certainly ensuring that folks have a warm set place to be if need be, and then we're going to also describe some of the safety precautions that we've put in place already, especially when it comes to the state of our roads. A lot of collaboration, a lot of hard work has already gotten us to this point to ensure that we are ready for what may be needed. The situation for folks that are watching the weather forecast has already changed, and so it is escalated even to what we thought it would be 24 hours ago. So we are prepared. Wanted to again reassure the community of the work that's been done, and then highlight the resources that are available for folks that may need a warm place to be. While we are doing this today, folks should know that there are already 6 resilience hubs available and open throughout the community. As well, we'll be utilizing our community centers, senior centers, and libraries as warming centers. So as you can see, it's a team effort. We've got certainly TxDOT, you can see some of the others, Public Works, our utilities, all of this working to ensure that we get through this extreme weather event as safely as possible. Let me say though, that will require San Antonio, our neighbors, everybody, we've got to be smart. Right? We've got to be smart. So there are some important resources that folks need to be following along with. sa.gov/cold weather. Certainly be monitoring the news. The utilities are also going to be pushing out updates if there are any changes to the state of our infrastructure. And then of course 311 is going to be a resource for folks that need help in any form or fashion. Again, my thanks already to the folks that have done hard work. Some of the roads in our community have already been treated. There's already been precautionary steps taken by our utilities as well to ensure that we are ready. I'm going to turn it over here to City Manager Eric Walsh. You'll hear from our utility, and then you also hear from TxDOT about the specific steps that they are taking. Okay, but first and foremost, the best thing that we can do for our community is to make sure that we're being smart. So let me encourage folks, if you don't need to travel, over the next kind of 48 hours, please minimize that. Not only to be able to ensure that our first responders can respond to issues in the community, but as you'll hear in particular from TxDOT, there's going to be work that is ongoing as they treat these roads, right? So if we can minimize any impact to their operations, which are there designed to keep us safe, we will be in the best situation possible. Okay, so now you hear from City Manager Eric Walsh about some of the coordination and some of the resources available in the city.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank everybody for coming out this morning, including our partners. So just to add a little bit more information to some of the details that the Mayor laid out. As of this morning, there are a number of places where individuals can go to be warm. We do have 6 resilience centers that open up this morning. They'll be open up through noon Monday. They are Copernicus Community Center, Southside Lions Community Center, Miller's Pond, Normoil, Gilbert Garza Community Center, and lastly the Northeast Community Center. All of those resilience centers are available to the general public, and please utilize them if you feel like you're in a position where you need that additional help. They're there to be able to provide that assistance for you. And again, those facilities opened up this morning and will be open up through noon on Monday. If you need transportation to any of those locations, you can call 311, and 311 will coordinate free of charge transportation with VIA for you. The second area for folks that need to be brought in from the weather for our unhoused and vulnerable population. We have 2 centers that opened up this morning that are city, Bodie and Tobin community centers. There are additional partners that we're working with, Corazon Ministries, Cub, the Catholic Worker House, and I'm going to have to put on my glasses, sorry, New Direction Church. Those partners are key, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and in times like now, they're critical, and they additionally have opened up space for the unhoused. We have a capacity for just under 500 individuals that are in need of those services. Our outreach workers have began several days ago, the outreach, and will continue as we go through the weekend to be able to provide folks that assistance. Those facilities opened up at 8 a.m. this morning, and they'll be open up through noon on Tuesday. And then lastly, I want to reiterate VIA, and John Gary, thank you for being here this morning. VIA will be providing fare-free bus during the period. They're also providing, I want to reemphasize that if you need transportation to one of the resilience centers, call 311 and we'll coordinate with VIA to get you there through the TransLink free of charge. There are a number of department heads up here that are available, but I wanted to point out a couple of things. Jesus signs with the airport. Please, if you are scheduled to have a flight out of San Antonio, check with your airlines. There are a number of airlines that have already canceled flights out of San Antonio. That will likely continue over the weekend, so please make sure that you pay attention to any notifications made by the airlines. The airlines will ultimately make that call around cancellations. The San Antonio Police Department and San Antonio Fire Department are fully staffed and prepared, and will be coordinating with TxDOT. As TxDOT, you'll hear from Charles here in a second, will be continuing to monitor the freeway system and the overpasses, and we're closely coordinating with them so that if we have any sort of ice in those areas, then that part of the highway obviously will be closed, and we are on standby. So with that high level, I'm going to turn it over to Rudy Garza to kind of give you an update from a CPS perspective, and then we'll hear from Charles Benavides with TxDOT. Rudy?
Thank you, Eric, and thank you for your leadership, Mayor. I know there's always a lot of anxiety from going back to Winter Storm Uri on when events like this happen. Let me just reiterate to our community, CPS Energy is prepared. We've been working all week to make sure we understand what the forecast looks like. Tonight, 6 o'clock till tomorrow, 9 a.m.-ish, is kind of the period where we're, paying attention to the potential for ice accumulation. But our power plants are running. There's plenty of power in the ERCOT market, so plenty of generation to keep the lights on. If you have an outage, the likelihood is it will be a localized outage due to wind or something that caused it. Please don't assume it's a broader issue. If there's an issue on the ERCOT system, we will be clear in our communication about that, but we are not expecting anything other than a little bit of cold, and we're prepared to do our jobs. Our linemen coming over here, our linemen are out in the street right now, reacting to the things that are happening in our system. If you have any issues with CPS Energy that you need to call in on, I would encourage you 210-353-2222. Our energy advisors will be taking calls throughout the weekend. I would also encourage anyone who's a gas customer. Generally, most people aren't paying attention to their gas service, but in periods like this, gas usage goes up, and you might smell gas in and around your home. If you smell gas either inside your home or outside your home, please call our number again, 210-353-2222, and we will send a gas troubleman out to check you out and make sure you're safe. So we appreciate all our customers' support during times like this. We're ready to do our jobs over the next few days, and if our linemen and our crews are in your neighborhood, please let them do their jobs, and we'll get you back on if you're having a problem. So thank you, and we'll get through the next 3 days, well. So I'm expecting good performance out of CPS Energy over the next few days. Thank you. Charles?
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Mayor, again for your leadership. So good morning, and thank you everyone for being here. As we continue into the weekend with the potential for winter weather and icy conditions, TxDOT is prepared and actively responding. We prepare for this every year, so we review staff, we check equipment, we ensure that we have all the materials needed to keep our roadways as safe as possible. So right now, more than 300 crew members in the San Antonio district are working around the clock to pre-treat roads and monitor conditions. Their work is essential to keeping critical routes open and passable for emergency responders and essential workers who must be out during this severe weather. Pre-treatment operations began on Thursday and will continue throughout the weekend. At the start of this event, we had almost 800,000 gallons of brine on hand, and we will continue to produce more as needed. We work closely with other state agencies to track the forecast. When winter precipitation is expected, we apply brine. It's a saltwater mixture that helps prevent ice from bonding to the roadway. And brine can be applied days in advance or during the event, and our teams adjust their schedules if heavy rain could reduce its effectiveness. So our top priority is safety. We strongly encourage everyone to stay home and off the roads during severe weather. Conditions can change quickly, and even a small amount of ice can make roads extremely hazardous. So if travel is necessary, please drive slowly and use extra caution. If travel is unavoidable, please check drivetexas.org before you leave. The site provides real-time statewide road conditions to help you plan your route and avoid getting stranded. And if you do encounter long delays, be prepared with fuel, food, water, and blankets for emergencies, and always call 911. TxDOT will continue to work throughout the weekend to respond to conditions as they develop. We appreciate the public's patience and cooperation as we work to keep everyone safe. Thank you.
So as you've heard, there's been a lot of work already that has gone in. There we go. As you've heard, there's been a lot of work already that has gone in to make sure that we are prepared, from the roads to the utilities, to certainly all the cross-collaboration across the department to ensure our unhoused, to our furry friends, and of course to our neighbors have the resources. Again, so those 6 resilience hubs, those are already open at 6 this morning. And to clarify, the fare free that Eric mentioned, that is on via if you are going to a resilience hub or to one of the centers, right? Just to clarify, that is who the fare free applies to. So those resilience hubs, though, again, if you go, please make sure you've got your supplies, you've got your clothes, you've got your medicine in particular, right? And those 6 hubs, Miller's Pond, Norm Oil, Gilbert Garza, Northeast, as well as the there's the 2 at the Copernicus as well, Norm Oil, right? Okay, so those are the 6 sites throughout the city. But folks, please go to sa.gov/cold weather, where there'll be more information about all the sites that are available. My thanks again to the firefighters, to the EMS, to the police officers that have worked already hard in preparation for this, as well as the work that they will do. But again, our job, San Antonio, is to minimize anything that gets in the way of them responding to things or continuing to ensure that we're at a level of preparedness for this. If there are any questions, happy to take those. Please.
Quick question, perhaps for Jesus. Just at the airport,
Yep.
We've seen the freeze coming a little earlier than expected. What kind of prep is going on for the runways and so on with regards to ice?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Eric. Good morning. We put an emergency operation plan into effect, so that plan has already been effectuated. We pre-treat all of our airfield and all of the roadways coming in and out of the airport complex. So we're going to remain open 24/7, 365, as we always do. We can't encourage people enough to please stay in contact with your preferred carrier to ensure that you're looking at the number of cancellations and delays that are happening. So we also encourage people to arrive early, as early as possible. We normally say an hour to an hour and a half. We know that we do a really good job of moving people through the TSA checkpoints, but this is a good period to arrive 2 to 2.5 hours early for domestic flights to ensure you have the right information. Thank you.
Sir.
For the fire chief.
Yep.
can people do to stay safe at home, space heaters and the such?
Obviously, you have to use great care whenever you're using those kind of appliances. Should you have a power outage, I suggest that you not use stoves or wood-burning heaters inside, especially generators. We see that from time to time, so be very careful in that use. We've also had 2 fires related to space heaters. So use care and keep those approximately 3 feet away from anything flammable.
Yeah. This is for Chief McManus. Are you able to say how many officers or units are right now making sure that San Antonio is still going to stay safe during cold weather?
No, not exactly. We don't give those numbers out for security reasons, but we have every area that is liable to freeze over. We have that covered right now, and as soon as we understand that from observation and from the temperature, as soon as we understand those areas are going to freeze over, we're going to cut the traffic. But the advice is, if you don't need to be on the road, stay home.
Let me reiterate, the 311 is going to be a really important resource, especially when it comes to coordinating travel for those that may need it. 311 is from 7 to 11 p.m. After 11 p.m., folks will have to utilize the non-emergency SAPD number. And just because I want to make sure there's full clarity on the 6 resilience center, my apologies earlier for stumbling on that. The 6 centers are Copernicus Community Center, Southside Lions Senior Center, Miller's Pond Community Center, Normoyle Community Center, Gilbert Garza Community Center, and the Northeast Community Center. Okay. Just because we are, let's just say, living in a different time, right, based on the session that we had on Thursday. If folks need to come to a resilience hub or if they need to come to a warming center, they just show up. Okay, they just show up, and we take care of our neighbors. Okay. Any further questions?
Are pets allowed at the resilience?
Pets are allowed. Thank you for asking that. Pets are allowed at the Resilience Center. They are also allowed at the Warming Center. I think we also do have several dozen still dog homes available, dog houses. Very grammatically incorrect, but dog houses available for folks if they need that. So please call 311. Let me also thank our community for stepping up. John Gary and the ACS team, they put out a call just because, as you know, our shelters are pretty close to capacity. So several animals that needed a home during this period, and our community stepped up and took those folks in, those dogs in. Folks in my house, but and took those dogs in. So thank you for doing that. And again, if you need additional, the dog houses, those are still available. And ACS team, they are doing that street monitoring. So please, if once it gets to a certain temperature, make sure that our furry friends are inside. Okay, hearing no further questions. 311 is the resource. SA.gov /cold weather is going to be your resource for all key updates. Follow along on all the city's social media, and please stay safe, stay warm. Thank you.
Okay, you were just listening in to the city presser there as officials give us information on how San Antonio is preparing and has prepared for this winter blast. Meteorologist Jeanette Kaya here. It is 9:35 now, and just talk some weather. Let's see how the weather is right now and what we should prepare for as we go through the day and into tonight. 37 degrees and cloudy. This is at the airport. It is colder farther north, in fact, freezing in the hill country. We do have gusty winds increasing out of the north, currently sustained at 16 miles an hour, but gusts are up over 20 miles an hour, and that's what's making it feel almost 10 degrees colder. It feels like it is 28 degrees. The winter radar showing you mostly rain. However, I do want to mention, since temperatures have now been below freezing for a few hours now in the western hill country, particularly in Kerr County, any precipitation that moves in will likely fall as freezing rain. And I've been seeing reports on the National Weather Service chat that ice is starting to build up on some vehicles and exposed surfaces in Kerr County. Again, this is mostly liquid rain, but light showers are moving in from the south. The pink is indicating where that moisture is then freezing because it's entering that colder air mass. The freezing line is over northern Kinney County, northern Uvalde County, and also just ahead of Kendall County. We'll take a closer look at that coming up. So temperatures, there you go, upper 20s from Rock Springs to Kerrville. And in Kerrville, there's a little bit of freezing rain that's approaching from the southwest. Also starting to see some freezing mist or drizzle there north of Highway 90, north of Brackettville in Kinney County. Those are showers, liquid rain, and just on the other side of Highway 90, southwest of Uvalde. And there goes rain in Hondo. Also showers closer to Bexar County, Atascosa County, and Wilson County. Roads are still pretty wet from the rain last night, and we're still seeing that rain coming up right now. Up across northeast Texas, of course, that's where the winter weather has been falling for several hours now. In the Panhandle, heavy snowfall back towards Sanderson around the Big Bend region. That most likely is freezing rain, freezing drizzle. Wider picture across the state, all of this winter weather, the first round of it moving off towards the east, but we're going to see another batch of moisture coming in from the west. And we're getting this moisture from the Pacific. There's an upper level disturbance, counterclockwise circulation around that, drawing in that Pacific moisture, and as that gets a little closer, the moisture is just going to continue to increase and spread farther east across the state. Plus, temperatures will be dropping even more. It's going to get a lot colder later today and especially tonight. Here in Bexar County, it's 34 in Stone Oak and in Scenic Oaks. That's 2 degrees above the freezing temperature. 36 in Castle Hills, Alamo Ranch also at 36. That's the freezing line. Areas behind that are below freezing. Ahead of it, upper 30s to low 40s. Gusty winds close to 30 miles an hour in New Braunfels, 26 here, 24 in Bernie and in Eagle Pass. And this is how much colder it feels like outside. Definitely want to bundle up if you are going out. We'll see the chance for ice increasing through the morning in the Western Hill Country, and then later this afternoon into the evening. That ice risk does increase closer to San Antonio. If you can hunker down starting at 4 or 5 p.m. here in San Antonio, please do so, because we'll likely see that icy mix of tonight through tomorrow morning, and temperatures will certainly drop. We're talking wind chills by tomorrow morning in the single digits in the Hill Country, low teens here. Keeping an eye on the weather, and we'll keep you guys informed. I'll have another weather update coming up in a few minutes. hold on, let me go out there.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
10:01 on this Saturday morning. Good morning, everyone. Meteorologist Jeanette Calle here. Let's take a live look outside. Cloudy, cold, windy, and there is rain falling in parts of the area. Widely scattered showers, and it's mostly a cold rain, but I am here to tell you that we're now getting reports of some freezing precipitation in portions of Kerr County. 28 right now in Kerrville with plenty of clouds, 37 in Gonzales, also 37 here in San Antonio. That is at the airport. We've been holding steady at 37 degrees since about 8 o'clock this morning. Just getting this information from Kerr County Emergency Management. The overpass at mile marker 484 on I-10 in Kerr County is iced over. They have notified TxDOT. The precipitation, well, that's been starting to freeze on some exposed surfaces there in Kerr County, on vehicles and such. So the Kerrville area, including western Kerr County, saw some precipitation earlier. Well, now that is starting to freeze on some of those exposed surfaces and on vehicles. It's been below freezing in Kerr County for several hours now. I want to show you that down towards the south and west, where it's above freezing, this is all rain. It's certainly making for wet roads. We're seeing another batch of heavy rain, or I should say moderate rain, moving northward into Uvalde, just north of downtown Uvalde County. We're also seeing light showers into Maverick County, light rain coming into Bexar County from the south. Also, the rain is hitting areas over eastern Atascosa County, along I-37, and showers over towards Wilson County, Lavaca County as well. Closer look at the winter radar. So here you go, northern Kinney County, northern Uvalde County. Notice the patchy ice that's starting to fall there as that moisture enters that colder air mass where temperatures are below freezing. That is now starting to ice over. Live power Doppler radar showing you where the rain is falling. Again, this is in liquid form. Showers across Wilson County moving off towards the north. We're seeing rain in Floresville right now. That's getting closer to Stockdale. Here in San Antonio and Bexar County, along and outside of 1604 over southwestern Bexar, we're seeing light showers, and also over far eastern Bexar County, some light rain. It is a lot colder farther to the north. So, of course, central, northeastern, North Texas seeing the snow, the ice, the winter mix. And as the moisture continues to increase from the west and interacts with that cold air that continues to settle in, we're going to see that risk for ice increasing in our viewing area. So I would say for the rest of the day into tonight, just watch for icy conditions in the western hill country, particularly Rock Springs, Kerrville, and in the next couple of hours, that risk will increase around the Bernie area. Closer to San Antonio, we'll have to watch after 4 or 5 o'clock this evening for perhaps a little freezing drizzle, freezing rain starting over the north side of San Antonio. And as temperatures drop tonight, of course, that risk for icing does increase farther to the south and east. Temperatures across Bexar County, well, it now looks like the far north and northwest side of town and of Bexar County, just 1 degree shy of the freezing mark. That freezing line is getting closer. It is 33 degrees right now in Scenic Oak, same for Stone Oak and Helotes. At the airport, it is 37. And there goes the freezing mark, showing you how temperatures are below freezing anywhere from just north of Del Rio to northern Kinney, northern Uvalde, northern Medina, and over towards Kendall County. So pretty much all of Kendall County and back across northern Uvalde County below freezing. This line is very important. It is going to continue to move to the south, and as that moisture increases and interacts with that very cold air mass below freezing, then we're talking some icy precipitation. Also, just getting this information in, Eagle Pass ISD and Poth ISD have canceled classes for both students and staff for Monday. So Eagle Pass ISD and Poth ISD canceling classes for Monday. As we get more information of other school districts that may be closing for Monday, we will post that on news4sanantonio.com. Gusty winds 32 miles an hour in town. You know, once that gust of wind hits you, my goodness, that makes you shiver. And it's going to stay pretty windy throughout the day. Gusts 25 to 30 plus miles an hour. With the cold air and the gusty winds, this is how cold it feels like. And these are the temperatures that you want to dress for if you're heading out. Feels like it's 27 in Hondo. Feels like it's 22 in Bernie. Wind and chill temperatures tomorrow morning, likely in the single digits in the hill country, low teens here. Let's take a look at future radar. This gives you an idea of when the precipitation moves in or any additional precipitation. It does look like we'll see mostly just isolated to widely scattered light cold rain through the rest of the morning into the early afternoon. And then late this afternoon, going into the evening, and especially tonight, we are going to see that winter mix, the ice, the freezing rain, the sleet. Notice the pink does fill in as we go deeper into the evening and early tomorrow in the morning. Hunker down starting at 4 or 5 o'clock this evening, and you do not want to head out early tomorrow morning because roads will likely be pretty icy. It is going to start to dry out after mid-morning. We'll see some sun tomorrow afternoon, and temperatures will be climbing above freezing tomorrow afternoon, mid to upper 30s. If you do have any videos, any pictures of conditions in your area, we would love to share them on air and on our social media pages. Just please go to our Chime In tab, news4sanantonio.com. Look and click on the Chime In tab, and it'll give you directions on how you can upload those pictures. Do so from a safe location. By Monday morning, it's still going to be freezing cold. And keep in mind that any precipitation that still lingers on those secondary roads, sidewalks, grassy surfaces will freeze over Sunday night going into Monday morning. All right, let's take you through your weekend. So we were at 37 degrees at 8 in the morning. We're still at 37 right now. We've been seeing on and off light rain that'll continue through the rest of the morning. The concern then is as we get closer to the late afternoon and evening, temperatures dropping to near freezing. We'll be near freezing by most likely 4 p.m. and below freezing after that. The winter mix chance does increase tonight, and that's the case through early tomorrow morning, closer to 8. That precipitation will be tapering off, and then tomorrow in the afternoon we'll see some sun. Dangerous cold tonight through tomorrow morning. Lows will be dropping into the 20s here, but wind chill temperatures, those feels like temperatures, since there still will be a noticeable wind, we're talking feeling like it's in the teens. I want to show you this NAM model, this North American model, giving you an idea of the ice accumulations. Keep in mind that much of the area is under a winter storm warning, means that ice is likely in these spots, and it's mostly across the north where we suspect about 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of ice. Mainly northern, northeastern Bexar County and up into the hill country, but there could be a glaze to a few hundredths of an inch off towards the south and east. Closer look here, northern Bexar County and points north. This is enough to cause slick roads and also ice buildup on trees and power lines, and that could cause some power outages. The graph model is showing you higher ice accumulations, possibly over 1/4 of an inch in San Antonio and over towards New Braunfels. My take is that's a little overdone, but certainly prepare for the worst. We've been saying that all week long. You definitely want to get ready for any amount of ice. Roads, here you go. Impacts on the roads when the hill country conditions there on the roads will be deteriorating through the rest of the day and especially tonight. Closer to Bexar County and the central zone, caution as early as 4 or 5 p.m. But then tonight into tomorrow morning, all of the area will likely be experiencing some icy conditions on the roads. Throughout your Sunday, as it dries out, well, conditions do improve a bit. Temperatures, well, again, there will be a dropping. Extreme cold warning. A reminder, this goes into effect in just a few hours and it lingers through Monday morning. Dangerous cold for our area. Saturday forecast, temperatures dropping to near freezing by the afternoon hours. We'll see the chance for rain for the rest of the morning into the early afternoon at 40% and then increasing to an icy mix, 70-80% tonight. News4sanantonio.com. Again, upload your pictures and videos by clicking on the Chime In tab. Be careful, folks. Roads are mostly just wet here, but watch out for icy roads already being reported in Kerr County. We'll be back with another update coming up.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good morning, 1041 on this Saturday morning. All eyes on the weather. No big changes to our forecast. It's cold, it's cloudy, it's windy. We've been seeing on and off mostly light rain so far this morning. So roads are just wet. However, the exception being the hill country, already getting reports of freezing conditions in Kerr County. Around the Kerrville area, particularly since they've been below freezing for several hours now. And keep in mind that any standing water will likely freeze over, or it is freezing right now. I got this message earlier from Kerr County Emergency Management. The overpass at mile marker 484 on I-10 in Kerr County is iced over. So heads up if you're going to be out and about in Kerr County. A live look outside, it is 28 degrees in Kerrville, meanwhile 37 in Gonzales, 37 here in San Antonio. Temperature is still above freezing. Uvalde is in the mid-30s, between 34 and 35. Winter radar showing you mostly just rain that's moving in from the south. The rain is picking up a bit in the eastern zone, and this is a cold rain since temperatures are in the 30s. But notice the radar is showing pink now. As this moisture enters that air mass where temperatures are below freezing, that's rain and freezing rain. That's extending from northern Uvalde County, southeastern Real County, and now moving towards western Bandera County. Heads up Kerrville, if that holds together, we'll see that freezing rain entering in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Closer to Bexar County, light rain along I-10 on the northwest side. Also seeing showers coming up 281 over far southern Bexar County. Eastern Atascosa County along I-37, light showers into Wilson County, Guadalupe County, Gonzales County, light to pockets of moderate rain. Back along Highway 90, mostly just the mist, the drizzle. That's in Medina County, but deeper into the west along Highway 90 in Uvalde. May see wet roads there. Just saw that batch of moderate rain move earlier. That moisture now moving to areas where it is below freezing. Wider picture, we're definitely getting reports of icy conditions in the Austin DMA. Over towards Georgetown, reports of sleet. Earlier reports of tree limbs already with ice buildup in Fredericksburg. Farther to the north and west, this is that winter mix of sleet and freezing rain that's showing up in the purple there. And as we head farther north into North Texas, that is all snow. Snowing right now in the Panhandle. Dallas earlier saw a winter mix. It looks like that's changing over to just snow. And speaking of this winter weather, if we can take the no snow video. Earlier, we had some video earlier from this winter weather in Abilene, but this is what it looks like on radar. Again, most of the winter weather currently across northern and central Texas, that's drifting off towards the east, but where it is still above freezing, this is rain from our viewing area over towards the coast, including Houston. Now let's go to the footage. So this was Abilene earlier this morning. Snow in Abilene. I believe they're getting a break from the snow right now, but more winter weather is expected there as well. What's going to happen is moisture will be increasing later this evening through tonight, and once that interacts with this cold air mass, and we're expecting some more winter weather across the state. All right, let's go to the maps because I do want to mention that the chance for ice will be increasing through the day. In the hill country, just prepare for any icy conditions for the rest of the day tonight and early tomorrow morning. For points farther to the south and east, which includes San Antonio, that risk for ice will start to increase after 4 or 5 p.m. today. Temperatures right now, as you can see, we're above freezing. Freezing temperature 32. Now, Scenic Oaks, Stone Oak, Helotes, close to freezing. You're holding at 33. We're holding steady at the airport at 37. It is windy, so with the wind, it feels even colder. If you're just tuning in, that line is the freezing line. Behind that, temperatures are below freezing. And yeah, again, temperatures have been below freezing for several hours from Kendall County back towards Kerr, Bandera, Real, Edwards, northern Valverde counties, including far northern Kinney County and far northern Uvalde County. So any precipitation there will be freezing drizzle or freezing rain. Wind gusts 32 miles an hour now at the airport. Same for New Braunfels. Temperatures dropping, the wind increasing in wake of that cold front that came in overnight. This is how cold it feels like with the wind. It feels like it's 15 in Rock Springs, 20 in Bernie, 26 in New Braunfels. So for the rest of the afternoon, or rest of the day going through the early afternoon, mostly just on and off light rain. It's a cold rain. However, in the hill country, from Kendall County back towards northern Valverde County, just watch for the patching freezing rain, freezing drizzle. The moisture will be increasing from west to east this evening through tonight, including early tomorrow morning. And with temperatures dropping even more with that freezing line heading farther to the south and east, notice a lot of pink filling in, freezing rain, maybe even some sleet in the mix. Definitely want to stay off the roads tonight through tomorrow morning. When does the precipitation end? Well, the bulk of this moves off towards the east by about 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Clouds will linger through midday Sunday, and then we'll see some sun tomorrow in the afternoon. Here's your weekend weather forecast. 40% rain chance for the rest of the afternoon, then an icy mix tonight through early tomorrow morning. That's your forecast.
If you have an outage, the likelihood is it will be a localized outage due to wind or something that caused it. Please don't assume it's a broader issue. If there's an issue on the ERCOT system, we will be clear in our communication about that.
You don't need to travel over the next kind of 48 hours. Please minimize that, not only to be able to ensure that our first responders can respond to issues in the community, but as you'll hear in particular from TxDOT, there's going to be work that is ongoing as they treat these roads.
If you need transportation to any of those locations, you can call 311 and 311 will coordinate free of charge
A weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
11:30 on this Saturday morning, and my goodness, an update to our forecast. Temperatures are dropping a lot quicker. This freezing line, it is moving right along. We're seeing temperatures that are now below freezing from far northern Bexar County to Kendall County, back across the western hill country and reaching the southern Edwards Plateau region. Del Rio is sitting at 33 degrees. Hondo at 35. We're now at 35 here in San Antonio. However, on the north side of town and up into Bernie, Kerrville, and Rock Springs, temperatures are at or below freezing. In Stone Oak, that's below freezing, 31. Helotes, 31. Scenic Oaks at 32. The Rim is at 33. That freezing line will continue to progress farther to the south, and as it does, temperatures will be dropping into the lower 30s. That is a big concern because any precipitation that falls once that freezing line moves through, we're talking icy conditions. We'll take a look at radar coming up. We do have some gusty winds, and these winds have been causing some power outages in our area. We've been seeing gusts between 20 to 25, even close to 30 plus miles an hour. Gusts at the airport currently at 24 miles an hour, 33 miles an hour in New Braunfels. I do believe that we do have a soundbite from Rudy Garza, president of CPS Energy. If we can go to that so we can hear what he has to say.
If you have an outage, the likelihood is it will be a localized outage due to wind or something that caused it. Please don't assume it's a broader issue. If there's an issue on the ERCOT system, we will be clear in our communication about that.
And here's a look at the current outages. This is according to CPS Energy website. Active outages 9, affecting 12 customers. Just know that the gusty winds will stick around through the rest of the day, gusts 25 to 30 plus miles an hour. But I'm sure crews with CPS Energy are out there working to restore power where those areas are currently affected. And the concern for additional power outages will likely increase tonight through early tomorrow morning because of the potential for ice. We'll likely see ice building up on trees and power lines, and that'll likely start in the hill country and then farther south and east into northern Bexar County. Let's go to the map so I can show you that the wind is making it feel even colder. This is how cold it feels like outside. It feels like it is 25 in San Antonio. It feels like it's 18 in Bernie and Kerrville, and a wind chill of 10 in Rock Springs. Winter radar, I am tracking this area of moisture. I mentioned this earlier when I was last on. The moisture from the south is now entering that colder air mass where temperatures have been below freezing for several hours. So we've been seeing a mixture, a wintry mix here from Utopia to western Bandera County, now getting into central Kerr County, affecting Kerrville. This is a mix of freezing rain and sleet that is quickly racing off towards the north. It's now entering Gillespie County, approaching Fredericksburg, and this is definitely causing some icy conditions there. So any additional moisture that falls here, well, we're talking ice. Now closer to northern Bexar County, perhaps some sleet possible momentarily, and that's mostly outside of Loop 1604. It's just a cold rain farther to the south inside of 410 in the heart of downtown San Antonio. That's cold, light rain. Also some light showers over towards Karnes County. Farther to the south and west, very, very light precipitation. We're talking northern portions of Maverick County, seeing some patchy light drizzle. There goes where all the winter weather is falling. That is snow still coming down around the Panhandle. It looks like Dallas is seeing a lull from the winter weather, at least downtown Dallas is, but there is a winter mix just to the south of Dallas. And notice that there is rain right along the coast and over towards Houston. So roads are wet. We're seeing mostly just a cold rain. However, different story for the hill country. Already seeing some patchy ice in those spots. Kerr County back towards Bandera County. That icy mix is forecast to spread farther south this afternoon, this evening, tonight, and into early tomorrow morning. So in San Antonio, at least for the next, I would say 3 to 4 hours until 4 o'clock this afternoon, as temperatures stay above freezing, we're talking mostly just cold, light rain. However, outside of city limits, 1604 farther north and across the hill country, we'll have to watch for patches of freezing rain, sleet. Now, freezing rain is rain that freezes on contact on surfaces that are 32 degrees or lower. Sleet, those are ice pellets, small ice pellets that just bounce off of surfaces. And notice as the moisture increases through the day, and especially this evening in through tonight, and that colder air continues to settle and filter south, then that icy mix does expand farther to the south and east. That's why we've been telling folks, if you can hunker down starting at 4 or 5 p.m., stay indoors through tonight, because conditions are just going to deteriorate as that moisture moves in and that cold filters farther south. We'll see widespread freezing rain, including a bit of sleet. This will all clear out early tomorrow morning after 6, 7 a.m. Then we'll see some sunshine tomorrow in the afternoon. But it's going to get dangerously cold tonight, folks. Wind chill temperatures likely to drop into the single digits in the hill country and lower teens here in San Antonio. So cloudy, cold, windy with patchy, mostly light rain until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Then as temperatures get closer to freezing and below this evening through tonight, we'll have to watch for that icy mix of sleet and freezing rain. How much ice are we talking? Well, this computer model is giving you a general idea, about 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch in that brighter pink. That's where ice accumulations are the highest, and that includes areas along and north of Highway 90 and up into the hill country. A glaze to a few hundredths of an inch farther to the south and east. The difference between the North American model and I'm going to show you the next model, and the graph is this one is showing higher ice accumulations. I would say just prepare for the worst. This will create slick roads, also creating more power outages as the ice builds up on trees and power lines. Slick travel. Here, let's break down how the icy conditions will impact roads. So in the hill country, just watch for the patches of ice through the rest of the afternoon. But going into the evening, expect more slick roads throughout the hill country and certainly tonight. Bexar County central zone starting over far northern Bexar County and spreading farther to the south and east. You can see that late tonight through 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, lots of slick roads with ice. Throughout the day tomorrow, as that drier air filters in and temperatures rise above freezing, conditions on the roads will start to improve. That'll likely happen after midday. And then any standing water, any lingering precipitation Sunday night into Monday morning, well, that's just going to freeze over because we're going to be in a deep freeze. Extreme cold warning goes into effect later this evening, runs through Monday morning. That may be extended through Tuesday morning just because we're going to have sub-freezing temperatures once again Monday night into Tuesday morning. Here's your 7-day forecast tomorrow. Forecasting a low of 24 in the morning, but wind chill temperatures in the low teens, single digits in the hill country. By Tuesday morning, 20 degrees, 49 in the afternoon. That is your forecast. We'll bring you another update coming up in the next few minutes. If you're heading out, just be careful, stay warm, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
12:24 now on this Saturday afternoon. My goodness, it is getting even colder. That freezing line, there it is, hovering just north of downtown San Antonio. That means that temperatures near this line close to freezing. Behind it, temperatures dropping below 32 degrees. It's already been below freezing since this morning across the western hill country. 23 in Rock Springs, 25 in Kerrville, 30 in Bernie. And we are seeing low 30s over the north side of San Antonio, northern Bexar County. It's 31 in Stone Oak, Scenic Oaks, and Helotes. Closer to 33 from the Rim to Castle Hills, including Leon Valley and at the airports. As that freezing line continues to move to the south, temperatures will be dropping, and there is the concern that any precipitation that falls will freeze given the colder air mass. Now, the gusty winds are still sticking around. We've seen power outages because of the high winds, gusts close to 30 miles an hour still at the airport. 23 in Gonzales, 22 in Kerrville, and 26 back towards Del Rio. The gusty winds will linger through the rest of the day. Gusts 25 to 30 miles an hour at times. And once that gust of wind hits you, it really feels cold. This is how much cold it feels like with the wind. It feels like it's 19 in Bernie, 12 in Kerrville, 12 in Rock Springs. We've been getting reports of grapple in Kerrville in Kerr County. Otherwise, earlier we saw a mix of freezing rain and sleet, mostly just some light rain showers from portions of southern Bexar County and the eastern zone, including west along Highway 90. Some light rain from just west of Uvalde to Brackettville. The chance for ice increases this evening through tonight. Icy travel expected mainly in the hill country, including San Antonio overnight. We'll have another update coming up. Okay. Hey everyone, meteorologist Jeanette Calle here. Coming up on 1240 on this Saturday afternoon, and my goodness, the risk for ice continues to increase, so much so that the National Weather Service has just issued an ice storm warning for the hill country. This means that ice accumulations have increased between 1/4 of an inch to isolated spots receiving upwards of 1/2 an inch of ice. And that will certainly do some damage. Roads will be nearly impassable this evening through tonight. Also, a significant ice buildup on trees and power lines, which will likely cause power outages. This runs through midday tomorrow. So ice storm warning from Edwards County to Real County, Bandera, Kerr, Kendall, and Comal counties. These are the counties in our viewing area under this ice storm warning, and of course farther north towards the Austin viewing area under that ice storm warning. Now we cannot let our guard down farther to the south. While ice accumulations will be a little less, we're still talking slick travel. And let's take a look at this computer model giving you an idea, showing you of how much ice we're talking. Really, again, it's the hill country that could see more than this. I know these numbers are showing between 1/10 of an inch to just shy of 1/4 of an inch, but there will be some isolated spots that will pick up more than that. I would say lesser amounts the farther south and east you go, but just a little as a glaze will cause definitely some slick travel. And here is the freezing line. Behind that, temperatures below 32, and that is slowly pushing to the south. We're just 1 degree shy of the freezing mark at the airport here. Northwestern San Antonio and Bexar County already below that 32-degree mark. It's in the 20s in Kerrville and Rock Springs. Del Rio now below freezing at 31. New Braunfels at 34. Ahead of the line, temperatures are above freezing, upper 30s to low 40s. But notice closer to Highway 90 now, temperatures are dropping to the lower 30s. There is more rain, more freezing rain, sleet that's now moving into far northern Uvalde County, southern Real County, and still seeing a bit of freezing drizzle, sleet, even reports of graupel, which are snow pellets. They are along I-10 in Kerr County near Kerrville. The rest of the area, it's mostly just liquid rain. That's around Hondo, even some sprinkles mist over southern and southeastern Bexar County. The eastern zone, that's cold rain, and that moisture is lifting to the north. We're going to see another wave of moisture coming in tonight. Plus, temperatures will continue to drop as that Arctic air mass filters farther south. And here comes the concern for ice. 7 o'clock this evening, we'll have to watch for patchy ice closer to San Antonio. And notice more of that widespread icing across the hill country and areas near Highway 90 from Hondo to Uvalde and Del Rio. 10 o'clock tonight, we'll see some of that icing in the eastern zone. The overnight hours, we're talking freezing rain. And notice 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, freezing rain, freezing drizzle in the eastern zone, and then that moves off towards the east. Although the precipitation comes to an end by about 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, we're still going to experience slick roads across the area. That up until temperatures get above freezing, and that's not going to happen until tomorrow in the afternoon. So expect mostly just a cold rain in San Antonio over the next, I would say 3 to 4 hours. Temperatures should hover just above freezing until about 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, but we'll keep watch if that changes. And then a better chance for that wintry mix as we go into the evening and tonight, as temperatures will be below freezing for several hours. So that is an ice storm warning for the hill country, winter storm warning for the rest of the area. In fact, for San Antonio, that goes into effect as early as 3 o'clock this afternoon, 6 p.m. for much of the eastern zone, and going into effect at midnight farther to the southeast. Extreme cold warning for the area this evening through Monday morning. That may be extended through Tuesday morning. This is how cold it'll likely feel like outside tomorrow in the morning. With the gusty winds and that Arctic air in place, we'll likely have single-digit wind chill temperatures tonight through tomorrow morning, really, and single-digit wind chills closer to San Antonio and Highway 90, upper teens to low 20s across the south. Make sure that you stay weather aware. Make sure that all your electronic devices are charged up. Download the 4Zone Weather app if you haven't done so yet. If there's any watch or really warning at this point that's issued for your area, you'll get a notification. You'll be able to track radar, see where the rain, the ice, the sleet is falling. You'll also be able to check out the temperatures. This is just a free download. Search 4Zone Weather. Let's go back here. If you're just joining us, meteorologist Jeanette Calle here. It is now 12:45, and we are live online, bringing you an update because the National Weather Service has just brought or issued a ice storm warning for the Hill Country, and this runs through midday tomorrow. So Edwards County to Comal County, ice accumulations expected. A general 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch, but there will likely be some isolated spots that pick up to 1/2 an inch of ice. My goodness, that will weigh down power lines and trees, and roads will be nearly impassable. This gives you an idea, general idea of how much ice we're talking. San Antonio to the north, 1/4 of an inch plus. We'll see that ice risk increase farther to the south and east this evening. However, through the rest of today into tonight, that ice risk already pretty high in the Hill Country. Temperatures below freezing in the 20s from Rock Springs to Kerrville. It's below freezing as well in Del Rio and Bernie. We're seeing low 30s, 30, 31 around Stone Oaks, Scenic Oaks, Fair Oaks Ranch, even the Rim. It's 33 degrees at the airport. That purple line is indicating the freezing line. Winter radar still seeing some patchy freezing precipitation. It's mostly light freezing rain, even some sleet pellets most likely in the mix. Freezing rain that falls in liquid form, however, glazes, freezes over surfaces that are at 32 degrees or lower. And this area has been seeing temperatures that have been below freezing since early this morning. We are going to keep you guys updated. Please stay warm, stay safe, and stay with News 4 as we continue to keep an eye on this forecast. Again, icy conditions expected for the area tonight through the overnight, and then moving away by tomorrow morning before daybreak.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good afternoon. Coming up on 1 o'clock on this Saturday afternoon, an ice storm warning issued by the National Weather Service for the Hill Country and points north. Ice accumulations likely ranging between 1/4 of an inch to isolated amounts of 1/2 an inch of ice. That includes Edwards, Real, Bandera, Kerr, Kendall, and Comal counties. Those counties are in our viewing area. Expect road conditions to deteriorate as we go into the evening, and especially tonight. Roads will be impassable, and we do expect a significant buildup of ice on trees and power lines. So this is where we expect most of the icy conditions through tonight. And this actually runs through midday tomorrow. However, we do expect widespread moisture moving in tonight, plus the cold air. So most of the icy weather is expected in the Hill Country tonight. Now, we can't let our guard down farther south near Highway 90, including San Antonio. I do expect at least some icy conditions beginning on the north side of town, northern Bexar County this evening, and then farther to the south and east overnight tonight. This computer model gives you a general idea of how much ice we're talking. Now, again, highest accumulations up across the Hill Country where that winter storm warning is in effect. Farther south, between a glaze to a few hundredths of an inch, but here in San Antonio, back towards Hondo, including New Braunfels, Seguin, and Gonzales, could see upwards of 1/4 of an inch or a little more than that. Make sure you have that 4-Zone weather app so you can keep an eye on radar. Of course, we're keeping you guys updated on air online. And there goes the freezing line that is slowly moving off towards the south. And it's just going to continue to get cold as we go into tonight. Future radar showing you that additional moisture building from the west this evening and continuing through the overnight hours. If you can hunker down starting at 4 or 5 o'clock this evening, please do so. Harlandale ISD canceling classes for Monday. Eagle Pass ISD and Poth ISD also have canceled classes for Monday due to this winter blast. And here's a look at those school districts on the screen. We'll bring you another updated information coming up in just a little bit. Back to programming.
Now, a weather update from the 4-Zone Weather Team, sponsored by Carabin Shaw.
Good afternoon, meteorologist Jeanette Kaye here, and here is another weather update, 1:43 now. Reminder, ice storm warning in effect for these counties in our viewing area. This is for the hill country. This runs until noon tomorrow. Ice accumulations greatest in these areas. We're talking between 1/4 of an inch to some spots possibly picking up 1/2 an inch or more. Roads will be nearly impassable in these areas through tonight. Ice buildup on trees and power lines as well. Although these are the counties that are under this ice storm warning, we can't let our guard down. Farther to the south, we'll likely at least see a glaze of ice, perhaps 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of ice farther to the south and east. And this computer model giving you an idea of some of those ice accumulations. Again, some isolated spots will likely pick up more than this, especially up across the hill country from Comal County, Kendall County, back towards Kerr County. I've already seen reports of ice in portions of Kerr County, and we've been seeing some freezing rain, freezing drizzle, along with a bit of sleet anywhere from northern Uvalde County towards Real County, including Bandera and Kerr counties. That freezing line still holding between New Braunfels, San Antonio, just north of the airport, and back towards south of Del Rio. That's where temperatures have dipped below freezing. It is in the 20s now in Bernie. As we go through the day, we'll see temperatures continue to drop. Plus, we'll see an increase in moisture this evening through tonight. And this is when we expect to see the freezing rain, likely widespread freezing rain beginning out west this evening and then continuing to fill in farther to the east as we go through the overnight hours. It is going to be a very icy night tonight through about 4, 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The bulk of this should move away by 5, 6 a.m. Sunday. And then we'll see drier conditions as we go through the day tomorrow. Be extra careful if you do have to go out in the next hour or so. Just stay warm. It is feeling a lot colder. A reminder, there is also an extreme cold warning that will go into effect this evening. Temperatures, those wind chill temperatures will be in the single digits in the hill country, lower teens closer to San Antonio. Here's winter radar showing you where we're seeing the patchy ice right now, freezing rain, freezing drizzle. That's from eastern Bandera County lifting north into southeastern Kerr County. Closer to the eastern zone, we're seeing mostly just some light rain showers. There goes that extreme cold warning. And here's a look at the wind chill temperatures for Sunday, 8 a.m.